Excuse me. We are waiting for some competitors in the RNA Young Judges competition. So please come forward. We're looking for Proston, representative from Proston, representative from Westmoreton Anglican College. Thank you. Quinlow Prep.
Acme Australia. We are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Just getting underway now, ladies and gentlemen, the Inter-Schools Young Judges competition. Our overjudge today is Mr. Barry McIntyre. Barry's based up there at Gympie and has had 24 years working with Nolan Meats. And of course, Nolan Meats purchase all of the non-ribbon winners here and a number of other cattle through the auction. Barry's had a lot of experience in judging lead steers and the Gympie Carcass Classic and so on. Actively involved in the Gympie Beef Group for 15 years, so we welcome Barry as overjudge of the Inter-Schools Young Judges competition. Competitors, that's time. Would you hand your cards in, please? You've had your time. Hand your cards in, please. Any more sheets haven't been handed in? Hand them in now, please.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Competitors, if you could all move out the back now, please, out behind this tent, with the exception of Armadale, PLC Armadale. If you'd just stay here, the rest of you, if you could move out the back, please. Right, we have the spokesperson now for the Presbyterian Ladies College at Armadale, Lily McCosker, to speak on behalf of the Armadale School.
Good morning, everyone. Before we start, we would like to thank the breeders and handlers of these steers, to the overjudge, and to anyone else who made this day possible. We placed the order of 3, 4, 2, 1. We placed number 3 in first place today because we believe that he was the most ready to be killed for tomorrow. He had nice muscling across the top line, had a good fat cover, he was nice and full in the twist, and overall standed out as the best steer to us today. In second place, we put steer number 4 because we believe he was just a bit tight and not as soft as the steer above him, could do a bit more fat over the shoulder, but overall a good steer. In third place, we put steer number 2. Steer number 2 just lacked in the muscling across the top line and in the forequarter, but overall had plenty of depth and nice and full in the brisket. In fourth place, we put steer number 1. We believe he was a bit hollow and not quite as filled out as the steers above him, could do with a bit longer on feed, but overall a good line of steers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who do we need? Who's this? Cathedral. Yeah. Cathedral College from Rockhampton. Spokesperson is? Dawson Jones.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my judgment on this line of steers, I'd like to take the time to thank the overjudge, the ECA Show Society, the owners and exhibitors of these cattle, and anyone else who made this day possible. We placed the steers in the order of 3, 4, 1, 2. This steer we put in first, we feel he had the most carcass about him. He had that good depth of hindquarter through the twist. He also had that good fat coverage over the top, but it was this steer's overall high yielding ability which got him over the steer in second. This steer in second was another long steer. I was fortunate enough to be able to put my hand on this steer. You could feel that fat coverage over that top line down into that short rib. But it was this steer's overall fat coverage through that top line which got him over the steer we put in third. This steer in third is another long steer. He stands on good bone. But for me, it was this steer's overall carcass attributes which got him over this steer we put in fourth. This steer in fourth is a very well covered steer. He's got good depth of hindquarter. Thank you.
next school will be Gympie State High. No, hang on. We've got Scott's All Saints. Scott's All Saints next. Who we got here? Fraser Gill to comment on behalf of Scott's All Saints.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'd like to thank the RNA, the over judges, my fellow competitors, and everyone who made this day possible. First of all, I put my cattle in 3, 1, 2, 4. The calf I put in first, number 3, he has nice muscle and overall over the top line, thick over fat that will take him through to the hook, and overall he's just a nice calf. In second, I put 1 because he just doesn't quite have the muscle definition to take him through. Over this calf in number 1 doesn't have the width or as good a fat as this top calf. In third, I put 2. He's not quite as soft, nice, and as big as this calf above him. And in fourth, I put 4. I put 4 there because he doesn't have the length, the width, or the capacity as the calves above him. He's just not as powered, hasn't as much power as these calves above him. Thank you.
Right. Gympie State High School. And our spokesperson is Isabella Dicker.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning or afternoon. I'm not too sure which one it is at the moment. But I'd obviously like to start off by saying thank you to everyone making this day possible and our teachers and everyone and the animals' owners. Today, first of all, what we were looking for in our animals, we wanted an animal with that flat, small bones, was having that width and length for them and everything, ready for the meat, like for the market. So in our order today, we place the animals in 3, 1, 4, 2. In fourth place, we placed number 2. We just believed that animal just didn't have as much growth as the rest of them above him, and he does have that depth and length and everything going on. We just believed that he was overdone today. In third, we have number 4. Again, we just thought he was overdone today. He does have that length, and you can start to see that muscle and the fat coming up towards the end of his tail. In third, we put number 1. We believe this animal, he has that length. We were looking at him. We're deciding between 3 and 1 today for the first and second place, but we've noticed that he's got the length and the muscle starting to show. He's in that rectangular shape, and he's very small muscle, small boned and everything. In first, we have number 3. We believe this animal, he stood out to us straight away. He's got that, the brisket and everything. He's got the pillowing. You can start to see that he's very springy. He's got the P8 fat, and he can carried through with his top line and everything today. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. McLean High School. Spokesperson for McLean High School, Indiana Woods.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Indiana Woods, and I'm here with Bryson Lee and Abby Moran. Today we place these steers 3, 2, 1, 4. We placed number 3 in first place as he had that nice even fat coverage. He tracked well around the ring. He stood on nice bones. He had great cod fat, and he had that lovely depth of flank. We placed second in second place as we just believe first had just a little bit more evenness all over. He still was a lovely steer, had great cod fat. He just wasn't as great as number 1 today. In third, we placed number 1. He was lovely and even, had great muscle coverage. He just, I believe, was a little underdone today and overshone by the ones above him. In fourth, we placed number 4. He was a little bit underdone. He was a lovely steer. He just didn't have as much coverage. He tracked well around the ring. He had great cod fat and nice fat around the ribeye. Just wasn't as good as the ones above. Thank you.
Thank you, Indiana. Next up, we'll have Boona State High. To comment for Boona State High, Isabella Lower.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and fellow competitors. On behalf of my team and myself, we would just like to take a moment to thank the overjudge, Barry McIntyre, the cattle exhibitors, and anyone else who made this day possible. When my team and I were walking around the ring and judging these steers, we were really looking for that that muscle coverage and that yield with the carcass attributes to really meet those market requirements. And for steers, we believe that was 6 to 12 mil of fat coverage. And the steer we had up in first, steer number 2, really showed that for us today. Our order today was 2, 1, 4, 3. The steer we have up here in first, steer number 2, he really showed off those carcass attributes we were looking for. He had that muscle coverage, that fat coverage, that lovely length and depth of body, and that really put him over the steer we have here in second here, steer number 1. The smoothness of this the steer is something to really admire. We loved the neck extension and the depth of body. The bone and the yield of this animal was really something to admire, and it really got him over the steer we have here in fourth, here in third today, steer number 4. Moving down here, we've got a lovely long animal, lovely depth and coverage, muscle coverage in his brisket, and especially moving around that top. And we just believe he lacked a little bit in the hind quarter compared to the steers above him. Finally, here in fourth, we've got steer number 3. We love the smoothness and length and depth of body of this animal. We believe he just lacked that muscle coverage. So on behalf of my team and myself, we would like to thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now stay at the front. Our next school to give us their thoughts will be Macleay Vocational College, and to speak on their behalf will be Hunter Scrivener.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hunter Scrivener from Macleay Vocational College, and today we placed these steers in the order of 2, 3, 1, 4. This speckle steer in top today, he was very thick across back line. He's very muscly and thick across his whole body. He carries himself well. That's why I put him in first today. Second place, I put this limo steer. He's very soft to touch. He carries himself well, but today he just cut a bit high in his flank that we didn't really like today. Third place, put this steer in front here. He's a very nice steer. He's very big, nice long steer. Very thick across his top line, but he just wasn't as soft and not what we were looking for today. Fourth place today, we put this Rangus in fourth place. He wasn't as fat. He didn't have as much fat coverage as these steers above him today, and he just wasn't the ideal steer we were looking for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bingara Central School will be up next. George Ratro will speak on their behalf.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the RNA for putting this on and my overjudge. Today I have placed these animals in 2, 3, 4, 1. Number 2 just caught my eye as soon as they walked into the ring. The even fat distribution with the muscle. Number three had good brisket, just lacked it a little bit in the shoulders. Number 1 was just a little bit tucked up in the flank. A little bit tucked up in the flank and just fell away in the back line. And number 4 just lacked it a little bit in the shoulders, but overall still a good calf. Thank you.
Next up will be Scone Grammar School, and to comment on their behalf will be Cooper Clark.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'd like to thank the committee and the exhibitors for letting me give my opinion on their animals. There's a very tough class of steers here today. Took me a while to get my decision right and my team. In first, I had one. I think this steer, he stood out to me in this class. He's just deep, long. He has that thickness about him. In second, I had third. He was just, number 3 in third. He's just that tad bit smaller. Didn't have like the depth about him, and he was a wide steer. I can give it to him. But yeah, one just gets above him. Number 2. I like this steer. He has the width and the depth. I'd love to see him have a bit more shape in his top line there. He's just a bit skinny. Like to see a bit more round. In fourth, there's number 4. Actually, this steer exceptional. Just cuts up in his hind a bit. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Holy Trinity College. And to comment for Holy Trinity, Sarah Page.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Sarah Page, and alongside me here today I have Eliza Thompson and Jack Sinclair, and we proudly represent Holy Trinity School in Burrell. Before I begin judging these lines of steers, I'd just like to thank the Brisbane RNA, the sponsors, the competitors here today, and also the overhead judge here today. We placed our order in 2, 3, 4, and 1. The steer in first place, steer 2, she was the complete package. She had the cover, she had the depth, she had the capacity. She was soft all throughout, she was even, and just was our ideal steer here today. In second place, we had steer number 3. Steer number 3 was another great steer. Have high yield and was just had that depth and capacity, but just lacked in that length and cover. In third place here today, we had steer number 4. Steer number 4 was another soft steer, was very smooth throughout, but just lacked in that depth and cover and that softness throughout. In fourth place here today, we had steer number 1. Steer number 1 was just another great steer, but just didn't have that depth, didn't have that capacity as we would like, and was just outclassed here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay out front, thanks. Stay out here. Thank you. Next up, we will have St. Joseph's Catholic College. And to speak on behalf of St. Joseph's, Sarah Randall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to start by thanking the RAS, the Royal Brisbane Show Society, for putting on this event, and the volunteers here today. So the order that we placed these class of steers was the order of 3, 2, 4, 1. The steer we put in first, for us, he was an outstanding calf. He took your eye as he walked in the ring. He's super deep and powerful and has that volume and capacity within him. And when you get a hand on him, you're really able to tell just how much fat he carries. At first, we were just a bit worried that he didn't quite carry the fat, but once we got a hand on him, we could really make the decision that he was our class winner here today. In second place, we've got this speckle steer. For us, he's very similar type to the first one. However, he just lacks that bit of extra depth through his hind quarter. And he just didn't have the width over the top that the steer above him had. And he could have done with just an extra couple of mils of fat if we were really being picky. The steer we got in fourth, the yak, for us, whilst he is a completely different type of steers to the other steers, which makes him a bit harder to judge, we thought that he's just a really complete calf for what he is. He's super soft and just has that extra growth about him for a yak, and he's just really soft calf, and we just couldn't look past that. In fourth, we've got this black steer. For us here today, he just didn't have the extra power, width and capacity that the steers above him had today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We move on now. Our next school will be Churchy and their spokesperson, Clancy Wardle.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the RNA to put this event on today and let me judge these cattle. The order that I placed this class was 2, 3, 1, 4, and I was looking for the good, nice length in the loin, which is the most expensive cut in the cow, and I placed the number 2 in first because it showed to be the most mature steer in this class, and it showed a very nice and straight top line, and it holds its head up high, and while it has a little bit too much fat coverage, it still shows to be the most structurally correct and mature steer in this class. It was set apart from steer number 3 from its structure, and number 3 still showed great fat coverage, and its soft exterior showed that. And while its top line is not as straight, it still showed great length in the loin. That was set apart today from number 1, which, as you can see, doesn't show as good fat coverage, which is shown by the visible ribs, which should not be visible. And it still holds its head up high and still shows to have a good top line and structure. And number 4 was outclassed by number 1 today because it didn't show as good fat coverage, and I believed it had a little bit too much fat compared to number 1. And it still showed a good top line, very straight, and still holds its head up high and still shows a good structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be representatives from the Monto State High, and speaking on their behalf will be Grace Ogle.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, we'd like to start by saying a thank you to the RNA, our judge here today, Mr. McIntyre, and the owners of the cattle. So when we're looking for a steer here today, we're looking for a steer that's overall finished, a steer that's going to meet them MSA grading qualities and it's going to yield high. We've come up with the order of 3, 4, 2, 1. We believe steer 3 here today is the overall finished. We admire the softness of that steer for the eating quality, the thickness he carries down to that twist and over the expensive cuts on his back there. We're coming down to second place here today, steer 4. We admire the length of this steer and the meat he carries down from his hindquarters down into that twist. We just feel the steer hasn't got that thickness across that top line where those expensive meat cuts come from. And coming down to third place, steer 2. We admire the spring of rib of this steer and the softness he carries. We just feel he's got a little bit more wastage compared to the steers above him. And coming down to fourth place, steer 1. Steer 1, we feel like this steer is going to yield high. We just feel he hasn't got the adequate fat coverage here today to be overall finished as the steers above him. Thank you.
Our next school will be from St John's College at Dubbo, and to speak on their behalf Jemima Florin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jemima Florin, and beside me I have Chloe Long and Layla Den, and we're representing St John's College, Dubbo. Before I start today, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the exhibitors, the breeders, and the overjudge and the RNA. Today we've placed these outstanding line of steers in front of me in the order of 2, 3, 4 and 1. Steer number 2, as he entered the ring, he stood out to us. He had the most fat cover. You got behind this steer and he didn't let you down in any way. He had that depth of flank, he was structurally correct, and overall he was just a real nice complete steer. In second place today, we placed steer number 3. This steer in third place today, he had that muscle definition, but not that fat distribution that the steer above him had, and that's what's costed him first place today. In third place today, we had steer number 4. This steer, he was a great steer, don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but we just thought that this steer did not have that higher yield as the steers above him today. He had a great shape about him, but unfortunately the steers above him today were just that, had that better fat distribution, and we thought they would have yielded a little bit better than the steer we've put in third. In in fourth place today, we've placed steer number 1. We've placed steer number 1 in fourth today. We just thought that this steer, he just wasn't ready. If he had a little bit more days and months on the feeder, he would have maybe been placed a little bit higher today, but unfortunately he was just overpowered by the steers above him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next school to give their thoughts on the four steers out there will be Downlands College, and your name is Hamish Jenrick.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hamish Jenrick, and beside me I have Georgia Lynch and Darcy Bruton. And before I place my comments on this lineup of steers, I'd like to thank the RNA, breeders and exhibitors, our overjudge Barry McIntyre for his time, and anyone else who further made this day possible. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I place this order of steers here today up in the order of 4, 3, 1 and 2. The steer up on top, steer number 4, we believe that this steer is the most complete steer of the class. You get behind this steer and he's lovely and thick and strong over his top line. He's got the distribution of fat over his pins, down through his cod and up through his twist. He's got the distribution through his brisket and up through his shoulders. He's a very complete steer. He's very powerful and very balanced. We believe this steer is going to hang up very well with that minimum 3 all the way up to that 5 mil of fat cover. We compare this down to the steer in second place, steer number 3. We believe this steer didn't have the muscle. We admire this steer for his muscle expression, but we believe that he just doesn't have the cover through his brisket and up through the pins to the steer above, although he was very powerful and very agile as he got around the ring. We compare this down to the steer in third place, steer number 1. We admire this steer for his capacity and volume. You get behind this steer and you can see his muscle seams down his hindquarter, but we believe that he didn't have the distribution or fat cover in the places where it counts, across that top line and down through his brisket. We compare this down to the steer in fourth place, steer number 2. We really admired this steer when he walked in the ring. This steer, you admire him for his capacity and volume. He's a very powerful steer, very well balanced, but we believe once having a look at the other steers that he didn't have the distribution of fat where it counts to the other steers. Thank you very much.
Our next school will be Emmaus College, and to speak on their behalf, Sophie Croak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie, and beside me here today is Ella and Taj. We are here proudly representing Emmaus College. Before I pass my comment on this fine line of steers, I would like to start by thanking the RNA and the exhibitors and breeders of these steers. The order we've placed these steers in today is 1, 3, 4, 2. We placed steer number 1 in first as we just felt that he had the best overall finish. He had great muscle and fat coverage throughout, and he has great yielding ability. The steer we placed in second is steer number 3. Steer number 3 has a lovely finish as well. He just lacks that little bit of depth that the steer above him had. In third place, we had steer number 4. Steer number 4 has a lovely finish and has great length and width, but we just felt that he was lacking that little bit of depth again. Steer we placed in fourth is steer number 2. Steer number 2 has great depth, but just is lacking that little bit of length and width in him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next school up will be McIntyre High, and to speak on their behalf, Nick Hilton.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I'd like to thank the overhead judge for being here today, the breeders and exhibitors of these cattle, and thanks for being out here today. To my left, I've got Ella Green and Rachel Forrester. They'll be with me today. I've placed the cattle in the following order: 3, 2, 1, 4. This steer I put in first place today. He's our overall cracking steer. He carries himself well throughout his body, starting up them hocks, going up the brisket over the back line and into that rump. He's a very well-bodied steer. He filled up his brisket and he's got that fat deposit of his tail head, saying that he's ready to go. He's ready and he's finished. In second place today, I've got steer number 2. A very good-looking steer as well today. He's well finished over that back line and through his ribs there. He's got that fat deposit over the top. Just lacked a bit in that hindquarters. I just feel like he's a bit wasty there as well. Other than that, he's a very well-bodied steer. Credit to the breeders. In third place today, I got steer number 1. He's a very good-looking steer. When he walked down the ring, he first caught our eye, but once you got up and touched him a bit, he lacked a bit in that eye muscle area. Wasn't as soft as the others who we've put up above him today. Other than that, it's also a very good contributor to the breeders. In fourth place today, I put steer number 4. He caught my eye as well, and he caught the other eyes. He's a very good-looking steer. He's very hard-bodied when you get up and touch him, though. He's very well muscled. He's filled up that tail head. He's ready to go. He's just lacking a bit in that brisket. Other than that, it's absolute honour to the breeders. Very good job. Thank you.
No. Next will be Cultivate Agriculture, or Cultivate Ag. And to speak on their behalf, Ebony Haywood.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Ebony Haywood, and today with me I have McKenna Saul and Ella Saul. We are representing Cultivate Ag. I'd just like to say thank you to the ECA committee and the overhead judge for putting on this competition today. The order I've placed these steers is 3, 2, 1 and 4. I've placed steer number 3 in first position today because of his width over the top line, his depth in his stifle and hindquarter, and his even fat coverage. This meets the market specifications that I am looking for today in this class. Moving down to steer number 2. When he walked around the ring, you could tell that he was very cruisy. This is a clear indication of the low stress, which will lead to a nice meat colour when on hook. The reason why I didn't place him in first position today is just because his fat coverage wasn't evenly distributed as the steer above him. Moving down to steer number 1, we have placed him in third position today because of his length of body, but I've also got to commend his hair type. When he walked in the ring, I thought he was a very soft steer, and it showed the illusion of him being very soft. But when I actually put a hand on him, I realised he just didn't have the fat coverage as a 2 above him today. Moving down, in fourth position, we have steer number 4. He, as well as steer number 1, he has a nice lengthened body. He also has that bit of depth about him. But the reason why I didn't place him in a higher position today was just the lack of fat coverage. Thank you.
Next we have Glen Innes High School, and to speak on their behalf, Eliza Newbury.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I would like to thank the Overjudge RNA sponsors and the donors of the cattle for making this day possible. Today we place the cattle in order of 4, 3, 2, 1. In first place we put steer number 4 because he had a nice deep twist and his fat coverage was even throughout his entire body, although his brisket could have been a bit fuller. In second place we have steer number 3. This steer really caught our eyes as he tracked around the ring really nicely, although we would have liked to see a little bit more fat on him. In third place was steer number 1. He had a nice, even and deep body. He also had a nice rump, but the reason we placed him below this steer number 3 was because he stepped short, making it not as easy to track around the ring. In fourth place was steer number 2. He had a really nice top line. He was pretty deep, but we would have liked to see a bit more fat cover. Overall, this was a very nice line of steers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now stay at the front, please. Stay at the front. No, just don't go out the back there. Thank you. Next up, we'll have Westmoreton Anglican College, and to speak on their behalf, Lachlan Lehman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my comments on this fine line of steers here today, I'd just like to thank the RNA Show Society, the Overjudge, and anyone else who made this day possible. The order that we've selected today is the order of 3-1-4-2. As I've walked out in the ring here today, 3 was our standout. The muscle capacity and structural correctness was carried throughout this beast. He had great fat coverage and was just the clear winner for us today. Moving along here, we have steer number 1. This steer carried himself nicely through the ring, had great length and depth about him, he had a great carcass on him, carried that muscle and fat well, and was just a nice steer. Moving on down to third, here we've got steer number 4. This steer here today didn't have the muscle and fat coverage of the ones above him, but still carried himself beautifully around the ring, had good bone to stand on, and is a great steer as well. And in fourth today, we've got steer number 2. It's a lovely little steer here today. I just felt that he was a little bit overdone and would have a little bit too much waist for me when he was put up on the hook. Other than that, great little steer, great muscle coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott's PGC will be next. To speak on behalf of Scots College, Ben Carey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben Carey, and today I'm proudly representing Scots PGC College along with my fellow teammates Nick Hughes and Georgia Mulcahy. Now, what a great lineup of 4 lead steers we have the opportunity to judge here today. We'd just like to say a big thank you to the RNA, all the major sponsors, and all the handlers and breeders of these steers. When we're judging lead steers, firstly, we're looking for a calf with enough fat depth to meet those market specifications. Secondly, we're looking for maximum muscling. And thirdly, we want a steer with a high yielding percentage, which is the amount of saleable meat on the carcass. Using this criteria, we've placed these steers in the order of 3, 4, 1, 2. Up on top here today, we're going with steer number 3. In our eyes, he was the standout of the class, showing superior volume, while also carrying the highest yielding percentage. He was soft right over his carcass this steer, and we believe he had enough finish to meet those market specifications. It was just the overall depth of muscle in this steer's hindquarter, and then that followed up in that long, wide, muscly top line where those expensive cuts of meat come from, and that's what's put him up on top here today, above our second place getter, steer number 4. Steer number 4 carries plenty of depth of body. We feel like he just didn't carry the width over that top line compared to our first place getter. He was very soft over his rib and his rump. We feel like if he was to hang up in the cold room, he would have enough fat to meet those market specifications. It was just that extra yielding in this steer's hindquarter where he carried that muscle down to his hock, and it was just that Springer rib over his top line that's put him up in second place today, above the black calf steer number 1. Steer number 1, he's a calf that carries plenty of length to top line. We feel like if he was to hang up and be processed, he just wouldn't quite have enough fat coverage over the rib and the rump to meet those market specifications. It was just that extra yielding in this calf and that muscling through that hindquarter that's put him up in third place today, above the speckled calf, steer number 2. Steer number 2 is a calf that carries plenty of volume of body, but we feel like if he was to be processed also, he just wouldn't have enough fat coverage to meet those market specs. But overall today, steer number 3, we couldn't go past him for his exceptional muscling, while also carrying the highest yielding percentage. We'd just like to say a big thank you to the overjudge, Mr. Barry McIntyre. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Proston Kindy to Year 10. And to speak on their behalf, Bailey Williams.
Thank you. Before we place our judge on these fine line of steers, I'd like to thank the RNA Show Society, the overjudge, the breeders and exhibitors of these cattle, and anyone else that could make this day possible. Today we got our order in 3, 2, 1, 4. We got 3 up in first here today because we just thought he was the most outstanding steer. He has that yielding capacity. He's got that money cut. He's nice and strong on that top line. Stands on a lot of bone. He's got nice depth to him, and it's just what you'd want. It would help you get those money cuts. Today in second we got number 2, another lovely steer. Strong on the top line, probably lacking in the length of the one that we put above him today. But he's just got more depth and more hindquarter than the one that I have put above him today. Today in third we got number 4. Another good steer. He's got a nice yielding capacity. He's got a nice rump over that back. He's got a nice top line. He stands on good bone. I think he just lacked in that overall depth and the capacity in that brisket today. And in fourth place today we have number 1. I didn't quite get to have a feel of this steer. I reckon this steer looks like a really good steer, just lacked in the depth and the filling out of the brisket and the high yielding capacity that I would like to see in my steers. Thank you.
Don't go out the back, stay at the front first. Don't go out the back. Next up will be Toogoolawah State High. Of course it is. To speak on their behalf, James Ebbett.
Before we begin today, I'd just like to thank everyone who made this day possible. Today our order was 3, 2, 4 and 1. We put number 3 in first. We felt like this steer had even coverage, good length of body, full through the hindquarter. In second was number 2, a very similar steer for us, but felt like he didn't have the length of the steer above him. In third we got number 4. Felt like he had plenty of length in his steer. He had more coverage compared to the steer in fourth. Steer in fourth was a nice long steer, but wasn't as full in the hindquarter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Last time I had anything to do with him, I think I was calling him driving a mini trotter, but anyway. Quinalow Prep School. Quinalow Prep. Yeah, come on. Josephine Ballon will speak on their behalf.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Josephine Ballon, along with my team members Noah Cooks and Emily Ballon from Quinlow State School. Before we pass our comments on these line of steers, We would like to thank the overjudge, handlers, exhibitors and anyone else here today who has made ECA 2024 possible. We have placed our order in 3, 4, 2, 1. We believed that number 3 earned its place fair and square in this position. This steer showed the best meat and fat coverage and the depth, width and length that we've been looking for today. This steer also showed great consistency throughout its whole body and that barrel that showed great depth. We then move on down to steer in second place, number 4. This steer was splitting hairs between number 3 in first place. The thing that put this steer down was the lack of meat coverage that we're looking for here today. But an overall steer, and I really admire the fat coverage that this steer shows in the tail head. We then move down to steer number 2 in third place. This steer didn't show that overall structure that we were looking for here today. He didn't stand square and didn't show that overall meat and fat coverage, as well as that consistency throughout the body. We then move on down to the steer in fourth place, number 1. This steer was a wonderful steer, and I believe it will go into very many, will have a great chance in the trade market. This steer didn't show that overall size and capacity that we're looking for here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. St Paul's College, Kempsey. And to speak on their behalf will be Lily Roston.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Lily Roston. I'm here with Addie and Isla. Before I start, I'd like to thank the overhead judge, the ECA Show Society, and all the sponsors here today. I place these steers in order of 3, 2, 4, and 1. I place number 3 as he's just a structurally sound steer. He's smooth over the shoulders and has a nice even fat coverage. I place number 2 in second today. He has the volume and capacity for what I was looking for. He was just lacking the muscle pattern. And I placed number 4 in third. He's a nice lengthy steer, nice showy steer, holds his head really well. He's just lacking the fat compared to the 2 above. And in fourth today, I placed steer number 1. He's a lovely steer. He's not finished. He's not finished as I would like him to be, and could use a couple more months in grain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, don't go at the back. Thank you. Tenterfield High School will be next up, and speaking on their behalf, Philippa Sloman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philippa Sloman, and this is Ava Mitchell and Jared Brown. We would just like to start off by thanking the overjudge and the RNA, as well as all of the breeders, paraders, and anyone else that made this day possible. Our order for today is 2, 3, 1, 4. We placed steer number 2 in first position because of his good flat top line and even fat coverage. This steer is nice and deep with plenty of muscle, and that muscling in the hind quarter is what really pushed him up into first place for us. In second place, we put steer number 3. He is well muscled with good fat coverage, but just doesn't have the same finish as the steer that we placed in first position. In third place, we placed steer number 1. He has good fat coverage, but just doesn't have the same muscling and as finish as the beast that we placed in second place. We placed beast number 4 in fourth place. He has a good flat top line, but just not the same level of muscling and fat coverage as well as finish as beast number 1. All 4 steers here today are excellent animals, and we would just like to thank everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Philippa. Yep. Next up, we'll have Bundaberg Christian College. And to speak on their behalf, Grace Hughes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and fellow competitors. I'd like to say a quick thank you to the presenters and handlers of these cattle today, our judges and stewards, and the Brisbane Echo Show Society for making this day possible. As me and my team walked around these terminal steers, we were looking for the overall capacity of muscle and evenness and fat coverage and a steer that would suit the market specifications for MSA grading. Today, steer number 3 was our number 1. He had a beautiful length of body, and what he made up in length, he definitely matched that in depth. Beautiful lengthy steer, he was full in muscle, he had a beautiful hindquarter and definitely didn't lack that through the twist. A very even fat coverage, you could see that through the softness in his skin. Beautiful steer for number 1 today, he definitely earned his position. In second place today, a very lovely little steer as well. He had a lovely little length about him, he had enough depth. He was beautiful and even across the muscle. I just thought that he lacked the finish of our first place today. Lovely and deep through the twist, just didn't quite have the fat condition of today and the sheer size of the first place getter today. In third, a little bit further way down the line, was steer number 1. Once again, lovely length. He just felt that he didn't carry the muscle as well as the steers above him today. He pinched in behind the spine and just lacked that overall depth through the twist today. However, once again, a lovely steer that would still suit the market specifications for a butcher who's looking for a little bit less muscle, as I think he could produce a little bit of waste meat throughout a lot of heavy bone in this steer today. In fourth place today was steer number 1. Nice little bit of length to him today, however, he lacked that overall fullness in the eye muscle. He lacked the spring of rib when you stood up behind him and didn't have the depth and the fat coverage through the twist for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep. No, stay out front. No, that way somewhere. Don't go out the back, what I mean. And finally, Toowoomba Grammar School to speak on their behalf. Miles Gilliland.
Before we begin today, I'd like to thank the Overjudge, the Brisbane Ecker Society, and then exhibitors and competitors here today. Today, in first place, we've gone with the grey steer up on top spot. We believed he was the thickest calf in the class. As you put a hand on him, you could really feel that consistency and that fat coverage all through him. We thought he was a nice lengthy calf and plenty of depth about him. In second place, we have the calf number 4. The reason he's down in second place today is we feel he didn't have the consistency of fat across him. We thought he was lovely and deep, plenty of length about him, and he had good thickness. In third place today, we have steer number 3. Originally, we thought this steer would have been higher up, but as we put a hand on him, we felt he had a heap of fat coverage. He didn't have the depth and the length that we were looking for in this class today. In fourth place, we have steer number 1. I didn't feel that this steer was as consistent and have as much yield as I'd like to think he would. I feel he had plenty of length and depth. He just didn't have the thickness that we were looking for today. Thank you.
All right, that completes the schools of their comments. Just before we move on, I'd just like to point out that from our judging this morning with our with the junior lead heifers and the junior lead steers, all ribbon winners are to be auctioned tomorrow. Now it'll be all ribbon winners will go to auction. Right, we'll ask our overjudge now, Mr. Barry McIntyre, to comment on his selections of these 4 animals.
Thank you. First of all, what an honour to be asked to be down to speak here today and give my thoughts on what I believe to be quality cattle. Second, I'd like all the students to give a round of applause to our teachers. These kids wouldn't be here without our teachers and parents, so that's a big round of applause. These guys could be at home with their own children at night, so thanks to all the teachers for being out here. I'm a big advocate for youth in ag, and I think that the industry's in really, really good hands with the quality of young people we've got around. They're not kids. There's not too many young people that weren't here this morning up at the sheds, mucking out, hosing cattle, everything. So it's a credit to you guys, the work ethic you've got. We'll get into these cattle. I've put them. I put number 3 in first. Number 4, I put him in second. I put number 1 into third, and number 2 into fourth. So we'll get him up here. I run a boning room for 18 years, and I spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time having answered at Terry Nolan about why my yields are low, and then that was one battle I had every day. Another battle I had every day is the amount of time I spent paying team members to fill out customer complaints to butchers and supermarkets on excess fat on cattle. So I'm a big believer that there's not much point in us as producers paying $500 or $600 a ton to put fat on the cattle, and then the processor paying $50 or $60, $60 an hour to cut it off. It's just a no-brainer to me. It's less work, it's more throughput. So these high-yielding calves like this fella is exactly what we were looking for through a boning room. Lovely flat bone calf. I like the way. I'm a big believer in flat bone, and that's an argument that plenty of people might want to have and might not understand, but I'm a big believer in the flat bone. He's easy doing. He only needs to have between 5 and 10 mil, and I think he's got that. He's full through the top, and he runs right down there. The steer in second, and I heard a few people say once you put your hand on him. Well, I did a little bit of cattle buying for Nolan's too, and I never was game enough to say to an agent, just grab hold of that steer so I can put my hand on him. I believe, and this is only my belief, and it's only my opinion. Everyone's got an opinion. I believe that we shouldn't have to put our hand on cattle to be able to have a look at them like that. The calf's got good even fat cover. He's a good yielding calf. He's very easy doing. Beautiful flat bone calf, and I think he's a credit. Into the steer in third. Just lacked the yield from what I was chasing. I'm a big on yield. Like I say, I had to explain where the red meat was, and I'm all about putting red meat into a box. The calf's a beautiful calf. He's nice and soft. Runs down there, nice and thick through the top, and just outdone by some better yielding calves. Same as the calf here in the bottom, in fourth. Just lacked a little bit of yield of the calves above him. You see a little bit of waste. I'm about putting, like I say, red meat into a box. Really good calves, and a credit to have cattle at Brisbane Ekka. It's a credit to all the exhibitors. But so thank you. Anyone got any questions after this? Come and see me. I'm open for a few questions. But thank you.
Yeah, I can't see too many knives sticking out of his back yet, so he's all right.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
The all-important results now. Inter-school judging, sponsored by Nutrien Ag Solutions. The inter-school steer judging. First place to Scott's PGC. We've got Terry Ryan there from Nutrien Ag Solutions. Will present that ribbon. So Scott's PGC first. Second placing to Bundaberg Christian College. Oh, that sounded fairly popular too. And third to Downlands College. Come on, we've got a photographer here from Queensland Country Life. So get out there and get your photos taken, please. You'll be in the paper next week. Or this week, maybe. So Terry Ryan representing Nutrient Ag Solutions out there, and of course our judge, over-judge, Mr. Barry McIntyre. Right, now if we could have one representative from each school to come and collect the cards for the school young judges competition. That was inter-schools, now it's a school young judges competition. One representative from each school, if you'd come forward and collect your cards, please. Just a reminder also regarding the auction tomorrow, all of the ribbon winners from the junior lead heifer and junior lead steer, all ribbon winners are to go to auction now.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when
We're looking for a
adversity
representative
strikes.
from
This is your
Aldridge.
journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Right, now we're still waiting on these people, please. Daniel Hiller, Georgia Hiller from Aldridge State High, and from Scots College, Tegan Chapman, Isabella Irving, Grace Moore, Laura Moorhead. These are all from Scots All Saints. Who? Fraser Gill. Marcus Withes. They're all from Scots All Saints. Oh, if they're not here, they won't be here. A final call for a representative from Aldridge State High School. If you, this is your final call. If you don't come forward, we'll automatically scratch you from the competition. You're going to be told what to do now, Rob. Yeah. He said that happens all the time, Lorraine. Right, 11 to 13-year-olds, that age group, if you would assemble in this ring here right in front of me, please, for a moment. We're going to shift you away to another ring, but we'll get all the 11 to 13-year-olds into this ring, please. Any more 11 to 13-year-olds? Here's one coming. Hasn't got his hat on, hasn't got his tie on. Doing his belt up. Oop. That'll be nicely shaken up now, Julie. She didn't hear me. He's good like that. Righto. Now that's our 11 to 13-year-olds. Yeah, righto. Alex, I've got something to say to you.
All right, young judges, both in the ring and external. Apologies, this is full on, but there's about 270 of you currently, so we're working through this as quickly as we can. So 11 to 13s, which are in the ring, and everyone else, you'll notice that you have 3 cards. Now, that is because each time you finish in a ring, you're going to hand your cards back to the steward before you move to the next ring. You're all going to move in one big group from, whichever ring you start in to ring number 2 to ring number 3 if you start in ring number 1. You will have one steward who will be with you for the entire time. So at the end of it, if you've got any questions, you can ask that person. But important thing to note, before you leave each ring, make sure you give your card back into that ring. And then you move to your next ring and we'll start the times. So everyone will be on the same time frame. It's just we'll all be in slightly different rings. So the 11 to 13s, which we should have all in the ring here now, are going to head across to the next ring, which is to our right. So if you wanted to walk across into that ring now, we'll have cattle there for you shortly. Sorry, young judges. Could I just stop you for a sec? I've got it wrong before I started. You're going back across behind here to where there's one pen of cattle. Machinery Hill, just in front of Machinery Hill. You'll see one pen of cattle jump in there. They're not the cattle you're judging, but they're in there. Into the ring now, can we have the 16 to 18-year-olds as a group? Pick one ring and stay there.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time,
All right,
knowing your farm,
16 to
be there
18s.
when adversity
So
strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Are going to start in ring number 2, which is the one across here. So just in front of Ernest Bain's stand, you'll see a ring set up. Finally, if we can have the 14 to 15-year-olds into the ring here.
Right, we'll parade the cattle now for this age group, the 14 to 15 year age group. Have a look at them. There's a stack of them. Isn't it great to see? Somebody mentioned earlier on, it's good to see the young people coming into ag, and we certainly need them to continue the job. So the 14 to 15 year age group, our overjudge in this ring will be Mr. Rob Cinnamon. Rob's a principal of RL Pastoral Company and Riverina Santa Gertruda Stud. With about 5 minutes left, now we'll get the steers to parade round again, and we'll stand them up then side by side out in the middle. But you've got about 5 minutes left. If you've finished, you can start and hand your cards in. Time's up, competitors. If you'd hand your seats in now, please. Time's up. Right, any more sheets to be handed in? All your sheets should be handed in now, thank you. Right, 15 and 16-year-olds, you're heading over that way somewhere. Just follow the leader. Just stand back a minute. This is our 11 to 13-year-old age group, and we will parade the cattle around so that you can see them walking. Your time's just started now. You got 15 minutes. We'll give you a warning at about 10 minutes or after 10 minutes. 8 minutes are gone. I'll start and collect your cards if you've got them done. And just a reminder, please make sure it's legible. We've got a couple that have been handed in from the other ring and we're not real sure, so we're just guessing as to the way you wanted them.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Right, you've got about 3 minutes left, exhibitor or competitors, 3 minutes. If you have completed your assessments, if you could hand your sheets in.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Right, 11 to 13-year-olds. If you could move over to the ring in front of the John McDonald stand, thank you. Now it's 16 to 18-year-olds. If you can move out into the centre of the ring, please, and we'll get the cattle to parade around. A hearty thank you to our exhibitors too for bringing these cattle and standing out here with them for so long. Tremendous effort they put in to assist us in this young judges competition. I've had a couple of questions regarding these heifers that you are judging out there, exhibit or competitors. This is what you're looking at, what's going to be hanging up, not what you might be able to breed from. You're looking at carcass value here. As you can imagine, the computer's running hot over here with all the exhibitors. The number of exhibitors we've had, there's been a tremendous lineup of competitors, I should say, in our schools young judges competition. And it's great to see so many people interested in the ag section. And we need young people coming on to take on judging jobs. Later on, none of us are getting any younger, are we? Don't you laugh at me. There we go. He's here. Of course he is. Just whilst the computing is going on in the background, again a big thank you to some of our very generous sponsors. We'd like to thank Stock Live for their support in live streaming the action here during Beef Week. They'll be filming every ring, every breed and every day, and if you want to watch it, tune in to the stream, stocklive.com.au stream. So we'd like to thank Stock Live for their support. Ag Force are here. They've got a tent over there just adjacent to this judging ring, and they've got activities there for kids, badge making and careers information and more. So make sure you drop in and see them at Ag Force. If you're looking for a feed, drop into the Woolworth Steak Bar on Machinery Hill. It's open from early morning during the week. You can also pop into the Somerville House Marquee from midday until 4 o'clock. Today they're supporting the lead steer competition. They've got a special giveaway for you. So you can head over there for a chat and grab yourself a bottle of water and a drawstring bag. And a big thanks to our major sponsors for Eka Beef Week. We'd like to thank AAM Group, JBS and Suncorp Bank, and also our other great supporters, Ag Force, the Department of Primary Industries and Fisheries, Elders, Nutrien, Santos and Somerville House.
Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Yeah, we're just bringing the cattle from ring 1, I think it was, over the other side. Bringing them over here now. We've got the result, or a result, from the 11 to 13 year olds. And we'll be calling on 7 of those young judges to come forward. We'll need them out the back for a start. We'll need Laura Gould, Alex Duncan, Lacey Lambkin, Bridie Griffiths, Sam Stenzel, William Buchan and Noah Cooks. Those 7, we'll be asking them to comment on their selections.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities.
Right.
Taking the time, knowing your farm.
Couldn't hear me over the other side.
Adversity strikes. This
We've
is
got
your
7 of our young judges in the 11 to 13 year age group who we will be calling forward to comment on their selections. We'll be calling Alara Gould, Alex Duncan, Lacey Lambkin, Bridie Griffiths, Sam Stenzel, William Buchan and Noah Cooks. If you could just assemble at the back of the tent here, those 7. Once again, those 7 competitors: Laura Gould, Alex Duncan, Lacey Lambkin, Bridie Griffiths, Sam Stenzel, William Buchan and Noah Cooks. If you could assemble at the back, and we'll be calling you forward in a moment to make your comments on your selections of those 4 head of cattle that have just come over from the other ring. Right, our first young judge to comment, ladies and gentlemen, will be Laura Gould. Which school are you from, Laura? Hey, well, the judge is here. She's here. Laura Gould. Which school are you from, Laura? St John's College, Woodburn. Woodburn. There you go.
Hello everyone. First, before I start judging these line of cattle in front of me today, I'd like to thank the overjudge, the committee who made this day possible, and the exhibitors today. I place this order in 3, 2, 1, 3, 4. I placed 2 in first place today because it had a good brisket and a great backline on this steer and a great rump. I placed number 1 in second place today because this steer looked so soft as it was structurally walking around this ring today, and yeah. I placed number 3 in third place today because this steer had great rump. He was just lacking a bit in the yield today. I placed number 4 in fourth place today because this steer was lacking a bit in the yield. He had a great top line and he still structurally walked across the ring today. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Stay out front, please. Stay out here now, so thank you. Next to comment will be Alex Duncan. Alex from Toowoomba Grammar.
Hello everyone. I'd just like to thank the overhead judge and everyone else that made this day possible. I just put first place to number 1. Thought she had good depth, great length, good top line, also great fat coverage, and that's what I put her on top for me today. Number 2, She didn't quite have as much depth that I would have liked, but she still had great length, great top line and fat coverage. Number 3, similar structure, but just didn't quite have the same muscle tone and fat coverage and weight that I would have been looking for. And number 4, she just didn't have the same length as some of the others and the same depth. Also, the fat coverage and weight could have been better as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Now, don't go out the back. Now, stay here somewhere, at the front here somewhere. Next to comment will be Lacey Lambkin. What school are you from, Lacey? Scone Grammar School.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the overhead judge. I've placed them 2, 1, 3, and 4. Number 1, he had an even back and
Yeah, go, talk, keep talking.
How about we don't look at this, you have a look at your steers. So you put this one first, 2 first. So have a look at your steer and you're okay. Yep. So you just tell me how you place them, but don't look at this, let's look at the steer. Tell me what you like about the steer because you put number 2 first, right? So you tell me what you like about number 2. What did you like about him when you looked at him? You come out here with me. What did you like?
he had a nice brisket. He was full at the back end, and he wasn't narrow like number 4.
Now, which one did you go next?
Number 1.
Right, so now tell me what you like about him. And with this, you look at them for me.
He had one of the biggest quads that I could see. His brisket wasn't as good as number 2. That's why he was placed down at number 1. Number 3.
Now we're on a roll. Come on, tell me what you like about number 3. Let's
Number
go.
3. She had a better brisket than number 4. That's why she's up 1. She was lacking the width as the 2 above her. And number 4, he was not as muscly as the 3 above him.
Good job. Good job. Well done. Well done.
Thank you very much, Lacey. Don't go out the back, love. Just stay out here somewhere. Next to comment will be Bridie Griffiths. Bridie from which school? Scott's PGC.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bridie Griffiths, and today I'm proudly representing Scott's PGC. Before I make my comments on these beasts, I'd like to thank the overjudge, RNA, and everyone else who's made this day possible. Now, when I'm judging steers, I'm looking for the volume through the body of the carcass. I'm looking for yield to meet those market specifications, and that overall evenness through the body. Now, taking that into consideration, my order is 1, 2, 3, 4. Up in first today, I have number 1, as I just believe that he has a remarkable amount of evenness of fat through the body, with muscle coverage through the hindquarters, and perfect fat depth through the body. Now, moving down into second, I have number 2. Number 2 has the best hindquarter coverage in the class, with the most fat and meat depth. Now, they say that fat is flavour and meat is money. Now, moving down into second, I have number 3. Number 3 has the second best coverage in the hindquarter, with those muscle seams that go straight down to the hindquarters, but I just believe that the 2 beasts above it have just outdone it today. Moving down into fourth place, I have number 4. Number 4 definitely is getting there. He's just starting to get a brisket on him, but I just believe that he hasn't met the market specifications just like the other 3 beasts in front of him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bridie. For his comments, we'll call on Sam Stenzel now. Sam, what school are you from? Scots BGC.
Good afternoon, my name's Sam Stenzel, and before I put my comment on this lovely line of trademarked steers, I'd like to thank the Overjudge and the Royal Brisbane Show Society for making this event possible. In first place, I put steer number 2. Steer number 2, he's my overall standout winner. He's got that superior fat coverage along the brisket, tailhead and cods, and he's got the highest length and depth that put him in first place today. In second place, I put steer number 3. Steer number 3, he's a great steer, quality steer. He's still got that nice fat coverage, but lacks it around his brisket, but he still has that nice length and depth. In third place, I put this Charolais steer. This Charolais steer, he's a great steer, but he overall lacks majority of the fat cover when you touch his ribs and all along the briskets and cods. And in last place, I put steer number 4. Steer number 4 lacked the size, and the size lacked the yield, and therefore he lacked the most saleable meat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. William Buchan from which school, William? Scots BGC again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William Buchan, and I'm proudly representing Scots BGC. Now, before I start my speech on these trade cattle, I'd like to thank the Overjudge, the RNA Society, the handlers, the sponsors, and everyone else who has made this day possible. My order today is 1, 3, 2, 4. The beast in first place, number 1. I just believe that he had the best fat coverage. He was even fat coverage. He had muscle all around his body, and he was probably the deepest in his class, I believe. Coming down to second place, steer number 3. He was real close with steer number 2, but I just believe that his length and his depth just got him just over steer number 2. Coming down steer number 2 in third place. Like I said, it was close between 3 and 2, but I just believed he just needed a bit more fat in his flank, and you can see that triangle on the behind. Coming into fourth place, steer number 4, he just didn't have the attributes of the cattle above him, but he had a pretty wide top line where all the expensive cuts are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. And finally, Noah Cooks. And what school are you from, Noah? Quinlow.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place my comments on this fine line of steers, I'd like to thank the Overjudge, handlers and exhibitors of these cattle today, and anyone that made this day possible. I place these steers in the order of 2, 1, 3, 4. I placed 2 in first place because it was just the overall length and width and fat deposit on this steer. It was just the overall consistency of this steer in second place, number 1, that got put down in second place. Otherwise, this is a really great steer. I put number 3 in third place because he was a very smooth heifer, but he was just lacking that fat deposit and depth that I was liking. I placed 4th in 4th place because he was lacking the overall consistency and the smoothness that I was liking today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noah. We'll ask our Overjudge now, Julie Pocock-Isipi.
Well, thank you very much to the RNA for the invitation to come and officiate here this afternoon. It's always such a pleasure for me to do youth events, having come through the ranks myself. And we were chatting out the back before, thinking it'd be nice to say only a few years ago, but it's probably longer than I think. A really difficult class here in some instances. That my first 2 steers, my first and second, I could probably swap those 2 steers around all day, but I was looking for a carcass that's going to hit their specs, that's going to get those maximum points. And when when we look at I was going off of the grading system for the competition this week, and those probably key points with fat cover, fat evenness, our EMA, and then our yield. And with these two steers, I know that my steer in second's probably the steer that I would take home and eat myself. But I think that the steer that I've got in first here is going to get maximum points. He's got a beautiful length of body, and it was the strength of spine of this steer. He's full from in behind that shoulder, right up over that top, maximising those points around that EMA area. He's got definitely enough shape down through that hind quarter, and a steer that's a bit deceptive in the fat cover. You've got to actually get in and have a look at this steer. I would have liked to have seen and a little bit more in the cod, but for that weight around that sort of mid 400s, I think he's going to have the fat cover, and he's very even in the way that he's filled through. He's not too excessive in that butt shape, and I think he'll cover enough through that hind quarter to hit those fat specs. But that fullness through that top, that strength of spine, and the extra length of body that steer's got has got him above this steer, the grey steer I've put in second. A really soggy, easy doing steer, a really profitable steer. He would have finished really quickly. You have a look, and he's full in his brisket. He's actually getting that fat through down that cod. You put a hand on him, he's as soft as butter, but he hasn't got the strength in behind the shoulder and a strength through that top line as the red steer. He's probably a little shorter made as well from hip through to shoulder, and I just am worried that he won't have the same points when he's hanging on a hook. He might lose a few through that EMA area just with that not having that strength of spine that the red steer, and so it was just that as how I split those first and seconds. I think they will be pretty even once they hang up, and it'll be interesting to see, and we'll all know on Saturday, right? In my third place steer here is the other red steer, a red steer that's definitely got enough carcass there. There's enough shape. He's nice and full through the brisket, but just probably doesn't have the strength through the middle. He's probably a little bit plainer made in his makeup, and I think he's just probably not quite as even in his fat cover in comparison to the two on the top of the class. But a carcass that's certainly a good middle of the range steer. Black steer down the end here. He's got a really good skeletal shape. He's a steer that he's nice and square and wide. He's good and full through the top line, but he probably just he's probably needs another 60 days on feed to hit the rest of the specs. He's probably a bit early on, and I think a steer that if we weren't killing them this week, a steer that down the track would have made a great carcass. I just think he's not going to quite get the points. So that's how I've seen them today. Congratulations to all of your competitors, and it'll be interesting to see what everybody else thought, and we'll all know the results right on Saturday morning, so we'll see how close we got.
Thank you very much, Julie. Those four steers, you can head straight back up, thanks. Thank you very much for coming down, for parading your cattle. Without your assistance, we wouldn't be able to run it, so thank you very much indeed.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Where's our ribbons? We get Julie to present them. First place to Noah Cooks. Brought his own cheer squad with him too, by the sound of it. Second to Alora Gould. And third placing to Alex Duncan. Congratulations, Terry Ryan from Nutrien, the sponsors. And we have highly commended for Lacey Lambkin, Bridie Griffiths, William Buchan and Sam Stenzel. Oh no. Photo time. Through them.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
young judges to come forward and give us their opinion on these cattle. First to speak will be Stella Dean. Stella Dean, where are you? Here we go. Can't really hear, somebody said. Stella Dean. Here we go. The six we need, we've got Stella Dean, Cody Payne, Emerald Dean, Sarah Horrocks, Brooklyn Arnett and Lily Cook. If those other five, if you'll be standing by, please. We'll let you get the back. Yeah, take them around the back. Stella, stay here. Right, our first young judge to comment will be Stella Dean from St Mary's Catholic College.
Good afternoon. My name is Stella Dean. I'd firstly like to say a big thank you to the RNA for hosting this event, the overjudge for taking time out of his day to judge, and for the cattle donors for letting us judge their cattle. Now today when I was judging this line of cattle, I was looking for a heifer that had the muscle expression but the fat coverage to go with it. That's why today I've placed them in the order 3, 1, 2, 4. I've placed heifer number 3 in first today, as she is a nice long heifer, thick across the top, is full through the twist, and she's overall the complete package. In second today, I placed heifer number 1. Heifer number 1 was a nice thick heifer. She's nice and long and deep. She just didn't have the muscle expression of the heifer above. In third place today, I placed heifer number 2. Heifer number 2 is a nice heifer with great muscle expression and is a nice long heifer. I just was worried that she wouldn't have enough fat coverage to go with that. And in fourth today, I placed heifer number 4. Heifer number 4 is a nice long heifer. She just doesn't have the muscle expression or the thickness through the top and through the shoulders as the heifers above. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stella. Whoop. Right, probably. Yeah. Right. Barry said, please don't try to confuse me. I can do that quite successfully all on my own. Right, next to speak will be Cody Payne. Cody, you're from Boone Estate High, but look at that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my comments on this nice line of heifers, I'd like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, the overjudge, Barry McIntyre, the cattle exhibitors and everyone that's made this day possible. Judging these sort of heifers, I judge them off if they're going to the abattoir this afternoon. So I want them to have a good fat coverage, good muscle coverage all through, have a good carcass all throughout. So, and the order I place these heifers in today is 3, 1, 2, 4. The reason I put this heifer number 3 up top, she's got a nice full tail setting, long body, even throughout the flanks. She's just a clear winner for me here today. The heifer I got in second, number 1. She's even throughout top line, deep body. Just didn't have the same amount of fat coverage as the heifer above her, so that's why she's in second for me. This heifer I got in third, number 2. She's got good fat coverage. This was just a bit high in the flank, so that's why she's in this place for me today. Heifer I got in fourth place, number 4. Just didn't have as much muscle coverage as the heifers above her, although they're a really nice lineup of heifers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cody. Stay out the front, yep. Our next competitor, Emerald Dean. Emerald, what school are you from? St. Mary's Catholic College and Casino.
Yep. Sorry.
Cody Dean, would you just come back to the box, please? Cody Dean. Thanks, mate. What did you want Cody for? What did you want Cody? Oh, right, we've got that fixed up. Right, Emerald Dean.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I just firstly like to thank the Overjudge and to the RNA for putting on this event and for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to thank the cattle exhibitors for bringing these cattle and letting us have a lend of them to judge today. So today, when I was judging my line of heifers, I was looking for an animal that would yield high and that will have the adequate fat coverage to go with it. Because of this, I placed my order in 3, 1, 2, 4. I placed heifer number 3 on top. She was just the outstanding heifer to me. When I got behind her, she was thick right through, she was deep, and definitely had the fat coverage I was looking for. In second, I placed heifer number 1. Heifer number 1, once again, she was a nice deep heifer. She was thick along the top. I would have just probably liked to see a little bit more muscle as like the other heifer I placed above her today. In third, I placed heifer number 2. Once again, a very nice heifer. She was deep. She had the muscle. She would probably yield very good. I just don't think she'll have the fat coverage as the 2 heifers above her today. In fourth place, I placed heifer number 4, taking nothing away from her. She's a beautiful long heifer. She's got the depth that I'm looking for. I'd probably just like to see a bit more fat coverage on her, and I just don't think she's going to yield as high as the other heifers today. Thank you.
Thank you, Emerald. Now stay out the front here somewhere. Next to speak will be Sarah Horrocks, and Sarah from Monto.
Good afternoon. Today I was looking for a heifer to be able to go to the meatworks tomorrow. A heifer that would hang up on the hook and have that overall MSA grading specifications. A heifer that had the thickness across their top line and through their rump where all their money cuts are. And the heifer that was a reflection of this today was heifer number 3. When you look at heifer number 3, you could see the muscle pattern through her. She is thick through her hindquarters. You can tell that this heifer is going to hang up on the hook extremely well, meet the MSA grading specifications. She has the perfect amount of fat on her. She's not over fat, she's not under fat, and you can see that this heifer is the overall best heifer in this class today. The heifer I put in second place today was heifer number 1. Heifer number 1, I really admired the fat throughout this heifer and the depth. I just felt she lacked through her hindquarters and wasn't going to get the money cuts off her hindquarters as the heifer above her. The heifer I put in third place today was heifer number 2. When you look at heifer number 2, you could see the muscle pattern throughout and the thickness through her hindquarters. I just felt that this heifer was tucked up through her flank and didn't have that evenness and muscle tone I was looking for today. However, I admired the fat coverage on this heifer, which is what got her above the heifer in 4th today. Heifer number 4, when you look at her, I really admired the length of this heifer. She just lacked through her hindquarters, and I felt that she wasn't going to have the best value for money, which is why I put her in 4th place today. To conclude, I'd like to thank the RNA, the exhibitors and owners of these cattle, and anyone else who made this day possible, and the overjudge.
Thank you, Sarah. Don't go away. Don't go too far away. Stay out the front. Next to speak will be Brooklyn Arnett. Brooklyn from McIntyre High School.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank everyone that made this opportunity possible. I placed my order in 3, 2, 1, 4. I put 3 in first because she had really nice length and good fat and muscle coverage. In second, I put 2. She had really good length and muscle and fat coverage, just not as much as number 3. In third, I put 1. She was good and had nice length, just not as much as the others. And last, I put 4. I really like her length, but she could have had more fat coverage. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Brooklyn. And last in this age group, the 14 to 15 year age group, Lily Cook. Lily from Downlands.
Good afternoon, my name's Lily and I'm here representing Downlands College. The order I've placed this line of heifers is 1, 3, 4, 2. I placed heifer number 1 here in first today as she had that length, depth and fullness I'm looking for. She had a nice brisket and rump to her as well. I placed heifer number 3 up in second as she had muscular features throughout her whole body and she also had a nice brisket. However, I felt as though she was lacking a little bit in her depth. I placed heifer number 4 in third as she had really nice brisket to her. However, I felt as though she was lacking a little bit in her muscularity, however, and also some of fat coverage to her body. And then in 4th today, I placed heifer number 2. This young heifer here, I felt as though she was lacking a little bit of depth compared to the other 3, which is why I placed her in 4th. However, she had a really nice rump to her. And lastly, I'd like to thank anyone who made this day possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. We'll ask our overjudge now, Mr. Barry McIntyre, to comment on the way he's placed these heifers.
Thank you. Once again, what an honour to be here today at the Royal Brisbane. I'll just place them up first. You can bring her up and then put her in a second, third and fourth. Just stand them up for me. Guys, once again, what a fantastic way to end my day. To see some fantastic youth out here speaking on what they enjoy doing. Once again, I credit to all the teachers and all the students. Hard work pays off. If you go down to the third, mate, if you could. Yeah, hard work pays off, and I think it's a credit to the exhibitors. I've gone with this heifer in first. Like I said earlier, if anyone was listening to me earlier in the schools, in the teams, you probably would have picked up on it. I'm all about yield and putting red meat into a box. This heifer's that. She's a beautiful yielding heifer. You don't need any more than 5 mil on the P8, and she's got it. She's got every bit of it. She's going to run right down over the rib. I think she's a beautiful heifer, and she's exactly what I was looking for. Could have gone either way with these first two heifers. The heifer in the in second's probably a lot safer. Bit more fat on her. Probably not as high yielding heifer as the heifer in first, but still a beautiful heifer. And listen, she's an each way heifer. I know we're judging on killing them tomorrow, but geez, you could put her out with cows with the bull too in next year. But not a lot in them, so the split was quite close between them. The heifer I've put into third. Yeah, she's probably a higher yielding heifer than the heifer above her. Beautiful thick heifer right through there. Heifer above is just a little bit safer in the fat. This heifer, I still think she's going to have the 5 mil, but it's going to be tight. And this heifer in the black heifer down in fourth, beautiful heifer, nice yielding heifer. Just probably doesn't have the yield overall as the heifers above her, but still fantastic heifers. Thanks very much to the RNA and all you students did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. All right, and those 4 heifers can go back up to the stall now. They've been down here long enough. Thank you very, very much for your assistance to those exhibitors and grooms. Thought they were out, weren't they? First, second, third over there. Highly commended. Them 3. So the result now, ladies and gentlemen, from the 14 and 15 year age group. First placing to Emerald Dean. Where are you, Emerald? Terry Ryan from Nutrient Ag Solutions to present the ribbons. Second to Sarah Horrocks. Don't go away. Third to Lily Cook. Oh, she brought her own cheer squad with her. And highly commended to Brooklyn Arnett, Stella Dean and Cody Payne. If they'd come forward, please, to receive your ribbons. Don't go away, don't go away. You got one more, should be. Yeah, there. There's a bit of smoke coming out of the computers here at the back while they're trying to sort this next lot out.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Right, for our final age group, the 16 to 18-year-old, we've got 5 speakers. Georgia Lynch, Ellis Saul, Sophie Crook, Hamish Jenrick and Casey Payne. If you'd like to make your way up here somewhere, please, close handy. Just run through those names again. Georgia Lynch, Ellis Saul, Sophie Crook, Hamish Jenrick And Casey Payne, if you'd make your way out just at the back of the stand here. And David's there and he'll marshal you up and get you forward. Right, our first competitor to speak in this age group is Georgia Lynch. Georgia from Downlands College.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place my comments on this fine line of heifers, I'd just like to thank the Royal Brisbane Show Society, the overjudge, the handlers, and anyone else who's made this day possible. When I was judging these heifers today, I was looking for a higher yielding heifer that had that fullness through her body with good muscle and fat coverage so that they met those market specifications. And for me today, that was heifer number 4. This heifer, she was a really high yielding heifer. She had that really good muscle expression through her hind quarter. And when you get in behind her, you can see that fullness through her rump, which carries right through her top line and tail head. And for me, she was just my clear winner. In second here today, we've got heifer number 1. I really admired the capacity on this heifer. She was really soft over her ribs. She had that fullness through her brisket, but I felt like she was just lacking in that hind quarter. And today, it's just gotten her in this position. My heifer I had in third here today was heifer number 2. She was a really beautiful heifer. I loved the capacity of her. She was really deep, but I just felt that she lacked in that volume. But overall, a really beautiful heifer. And the heifer I've got in fourth here today is heifer number 3, really similar type to the heifer in third, but overall I just felt it was the quality of the heifers above her that's got her in this position. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Just to stay at the front now, thank you. Next to speak will be Ella Saul. Oh, Cultivate Ag School. Ella Saul.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ella Saul and I'm representing Cultivate Ag. Before I begin today, I'd like to thank the overhead judge and all the Brisbane community that makes this possible, the exhibitors and my fellow competitors. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. Before I begin, when I'm looking for the placement of my animals, I look for overall capacity and depth, the strength over the top line, the muscle pattern and fat coverage. And for those reasons, my order was 4, 1, 2, 3. On top today, I have this heifer on the end. I believe just looking at her, she's balanced, she's soft. She's got that, perfect balance between it. You get in behind her, she's deep. She's got good depth in that flank, and that's why I put her on top today. In second place, I've got heifer number 1. When she first walked in the ring, I was like, gee, she's a standout, she's a powerhouse. But then when I laid my hand on her, I think she just is a little bit too fat for that optimum range. And that's what's put her below the heifer above, but I still really admire her strength and muscle. And in third place today, I've put heifer number 2. Probably the littlest heifer in the class, growth for age-wise, only 11 months old, but you get in her and she's got good length. She's got those feminine features about her, the smoothness in the shoulder, which I really admire. And in fourth place today, heifer number 3. I feel she was just a tad light on, although when you get in behind her, you look and she does have that width and strength of shoulder, which is really good, and you do enjoy that. I think she just lacked the softness today, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella. Don't go out the back, just stay in the front here now. Next to speak will be Sophie Crook. Sophie, what school are you with? Emmaus College.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie Crook and I'm here today proudly representing Emmaus College. Before I start to place my comment on this fine line of cattle, I'd like to start by thanking the RNA and the breeders and exhibitors of these animals. The order I've placed these cattle in is 4, 1, 2, 3. I placed steer number 4 up in first because she just has that nice evenness throughout and she just has that great capacity for meat and good yielding ability. Below her, I've placed number 1. She has that great evenness throughout. She's just lacking that little bit of muscle that this steer above her had. In third place, I have steer number 2. She's got, again, great evenness throughout, good width and depth. She's just lacking up fat and muscle coverage through her. And in fourth place today, I've placed steer number 3. She was very nice and had good coverage throughout. She was just lacking coverage over the ribs and her top line. Thank you.
Sophie, thanks. Thank you, Sophie. Next to speak will be Hamish Genrich. Hamish from Downlands, by the look of it.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hamish Genrich, and I'm proudly representing Downlands College. Before I place my comments on this tremendous lineup of heifers, I'd like to thank the RNA, breeders and exhibitors, and anyone else who further made this day possible. I've placed this lineup of heifers here today in the order of 4, 1, 2 and 3. The heifer up on top, heifer number 4. To me, this was a clear winner of the class. You get behind this heifer and you can just see that thickness and softness of top line, and that's really important because that's where our expensive cuts of meat come, our primal cuts, and that's what, as me as a producer and also my butcher, is going to get us the most money. So that's really important in an animal. And you get behind this heifer, she's very square through the hips, and the amount of fat through that hind quarter is adequate, probably on the higher end, but just making the cut for me as why she's up on top today. We compare this down to the heifer in second place, heifer number 1. I really admired this heifer. She came out here. I believe she's very balanced, real powerhouse, this heifer. Love the length of body, that depth, that capacity. She's a very powerful heifer, very agile. She had that thickness and that balance around that tail head here down to her hocks and up through her twist, and I believe she's going to hang up really good. She's got a lot of carcass to her and she's showing all the indicators. Once again, probably on the higher end, but she's going to yield out very good, this young heifer. We compare this down to the heifer in third place, heifer number 2. Probably a lighter weight, different style of heifers to the 2 above. But yeah, she's lovely and thick throughout top. Lovely tidy heifer, lovely length of body in her. She's a very tidy heifer, clean throughout brisket. She stands up on great feet. I look forward to seeing her hanging up and hearing the results from her on Saturday as well. I just believe she was overpowered by the heifers above. We compare this down to the heifer in fourth today, heifer number 3. Once again, similar style to the heifer up in third place. Probably just not carrying the muscle or the condition compared to the heifers above, but a real powerhouse, this heifer. She's lovely and balanced, that length of body, but yeah, just overpowered by the heifers above. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hamish. And our final competitor to place them for you is Casey Payne. Casey from Boonah State High.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I judge this nice class of heifers today, I'd just like to thank the overview judge, all cattle exhibitors, the RNA, and anyone else that's made this day possible. When I judge heifers, I like to see if they meet those carcass attributes and meet the market specifications of 5 to 10 mil fat coverage to produce high quality meat. Today I've placed these heifers in 4, 1, 3, 2. This heifer in first place for me today was just the overall package. Has great volume and depth throughout, a lovely top line to produce good quality meat, and is finished, has an even fat coverage throughout. This heifer in second place today was unfortunately just a little bit too conditioned for my liking, however still had nice springer rib and a good top line. This heifer in third place today is another great heifer, don't get me wrong, has a good hind quarter, nice full, unfortunately just was a bit high in that flank. And this heifer in fourth place today, number 4, is another great heifer, has great fat coverage throughout to produce high quality meat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Casey. Don't go away. We'll ask our overjudge now, Mr. Rob Cinnamon, to place these cattle in his order.
Thanks, Keith. Firstly, may I take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Royal National Association of Queensland for the very kind invitation to that has been extended to myself to express my point of view about you as young judges in the prime in the lead steer and heifer classes here today. Certainly from the outset, I'd like to make it quite clear that it's not my intention to advocate that you as participants in this competition change your breeding philosophies or programs for any comment or placement that I may make about these cattle. I just feel merely tremendously honoured and greatly privileged to have this opportunity to place these cattle in order of merit as I see them. In selecting those individuals whom I believe to be the commercially focused and industry relevant animals in this particular class, I think we're in a category from 400 to 460 kilos from memory. We're in a butcher trade category with, I think we're talking somewhere in that 6 to 7 mil range of fat cover. This particular class on this occasion, I placed them, if we could pull them into my order of merit, please, was 4, 1, 3, 2, please. From my perspective, the heifer that headed the class here this afternoon, she was the industry relevant female for me from a commercial standpoint. She has the balance, she has the volume and capacity within that frame. The indicators of muscle right along the spine with tremendous strength of spine, carrying through into the hindquarter, tremendous width of pin, it carries down to the lower thigh, and the expression of muscle carries right through in this individual. And it was that volume, that capacity, the indicators of muscle with the evenness of fat cover that encouraged me to place her over the heifer in second. This heifer, as she parades out in second position, I really do appreciate the softness of this heifer. Perhaps she doesn't have quite the evenness of fat distribution that I saw in the female that headed the class. But when we see her walk away from behind you, you do have to appreciate the dimension of muscle from behind. She's thick down through into the lower thigh. She has plenty of volume and capacity, and she has the relevant traits to suit this market specification. And I think it was that volume, that capacity, and that little more dimension of muscle that I saw through this female that encouraged me to place her over this next female. A slightly larger frame female perhaps doesn't have quite the degree of finish that we saw of the two females above, but I really do appreciate the strength of spine, the length of body. My perspective, length of body equates to weight, and in a lot of our categories that we're paid on today, we're still being paid on weight for age, and certainly length, I believe, equates to weight. Appreciate that length of body. I appreciate that strength of spine. She's just unfortunately come against females that had that more dimension of thickness from behind, and the overall volume and capacity. As with the female in final position, I didn't place a lot of point variation between third and fourth. Just unfortunate that she came against females that I saw with just a little more ability to carry, a little more dimension of carcass from my perspective. But she was, again, meets the market specifications of the class, and certainly a worthy entrant in this particular category. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're all in our futures in good stance when we see the extent of the people that are here interested this afternoon in this young judges competition. It's vital that we have young people coming through in the industry, and certainly from my perspective, it's great to see the RNA hosting and encouraging this competition. It's fantastic to see the extent of involvement from our schools around the country. And I think it's vitally important that we continue to encourage our youth of the future. We're a protein source that has competition from a number of other species and food groups. It's our challenge to become a preferred protein source. We battle with the cost of production against some of our other protein sources, but we need to be that preferred protein source. It's and the more that we can encourage and tell our story is vitally important from my perspective. And I believe with young people like we've had here this afternoon, describing the industry, describing the cattle before them, I think our future is bright, and and I congratulate everybody for their participation here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. So the result now of our 16 to 18-year-olds. First placing to Casey Payne. Congrats. Brought your own cheer squad again, I notice, yeah. Second to Georgia Lynch. Where are you, Georgia? Georgia Lynch. Third to Hamish Jenrich. And we've got highly commended Sophie Crook and Ella Saul. Terry Ryan from Nutrient Ag Solutions, the sponsor for this these competitions, to present those ribbons. Oh, it's a prime beef young judges now. If you want to come here to the tent and collect your cards, you prime beef young judges. The cattle are over there in the yard just in front of Machinery Hill, I think, or a couple of 2 or 3 pens over there. So prime beef young judges, if you'd like to come and collect your judging cards.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.